I mean, no new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no, no, no. DJ Khaled. No new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no, no, no. I stayed down from day one, so I say fuck all y'all. It's my fuck all y'all. It's my. I'm gonna take a dib, and then we will get right into some CSGO. Leave a like on the stream if it is your first time here, or if you've been here before. You can leave another like. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Meow meow. What are you doing? You fucking kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
We will make them regret this day.
Are you fucking serious? This has got to be stupid. How many? Okay, they have one bot. We have one bot. So nobody wanted to go B. How many people? How many of these people are AFK? Because they just all go A. Yep, they all went A. They all went A. Okay, there's one tunnels. Okay, they are all tunnels. So 1v2. One tunnels. I don't know where the other one's at. But I'm gonna go around this way. I bet he's in this corner right here. You go grab the bomb. He's gotta be in here. One, two. Oh my god, he's just sitting in spawn. I should have checked there first. I was gonna check the double door right here, where he's at right now. Stupid move. Yes.
This is our fight. That makes 3 left. Flashbang. That makes 2. Only 1 left. Terrorists win.
What? Oh, I thought I was right here. I'm going back. I was gonna. Alright, we cool, we cool. Let's get it. Shit. I ain't got nothing.
We must win. Grenade out. Three left.
That was my teammate.
Only 2 men left.
I got this guy down to 9. 9. I should have got that kill before I died. Oh, it's a bot, bro. Clutch, 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 clutch. See what the bot's thinking. He ain't thinking about shit. Fuck. Fucked. We are fucked. We are actually fucked. I joined this game fucking when they were down 3-0. I've gotten around 6-2 since. Come on.
Counter-terrorists win.
What the fuck is that? Are you fucking kidding me? I'll show you something going.
Forward. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
I'm over here trying to parkour this shit. Not going well. Not going well. Oh. This is me, bro. This is me. I'll be trying to make that jump so fucking much. Oh, catch that guy. Oh, you almost got him. Oh my god, please don't get him. Please don't get him. Oh, what's your no? Let's go.
You think you can kill us?
Let's fucking go.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. We've dropped the bomb. I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade!
Counter-terrorists win.
Ain't nothing I can do, I guess. Fucking stupid. I'm gonna stay on my side. Whoa!
Flashbang!
Dude, I can't fucking see the damn thing, bro. I need some teammates that are gonna help me. I'm leaving. I'm fucking leaving. Oh, I ain't got my phone, brother. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Let's roll.
I swear, if this is the same lobby. But
Oh, I'm so bad.
Terrorists win.
I'm an Alabama nigger and I wanna
Oh
be
my
free. Hell with the NAACP.
what the fuck? What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. I don't even know what it was saying. No, I don't want to be in the same match as this dude. Nope. Actually, I could just block him. So annoying.
Good luck, team.
Motherfucker. I seen one dude make that jump. I don't know how he made it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Conductor of the poop train.
Move it, move it. I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
How did I kill some of those without a grenade, bro? I had to have done some damage. I did 53 to this guy. Alright, we're getting steamrolled. Well, everybody's sitting on one side. Everyone's going down.
Counter-terrorists win.
Everyone's going down.
Let's go, my brothers.
You serious? God damn.
Jesus. Crash, why does your gun look so low?
I didn't remember that. Come on.
It's worth a try.
It is sexy. It is sexy. It is sexy.
Counter-terrorists win.
This is our fight.
Got out of the way. I got out of the way, bro. That's some bullshit. Tell you what. Tell you the fuck what.
Throwing fire.
Ew, why you got your gun like that?
Throwing a flashbang.
Why you got your gun like that? Big dog. Weird and shit. Look at that. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, he must have died. We are just getting this. I just keep getting in the steamroll boxes. Am I playing bad? Probably. 2-4. I mean, that's pretty darn bad. I'm just used to getting
By the
carried.
time you didn't go beast, bro, there were like 6 billion of them there.
Now is the time.
One, two, three.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. Smoke.
Oh, dude, I was just turning around. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I was literally in the middle of turning around to like check back there. Oh my gosh, now we have like 2 teammates.
Come on, let's go.
Nope. Come on. Peek. Oh my. Those guys are wrapping around on us, and I'm getting the jump this time. Nope. Nope. Not this time. If you guys are new around here, make sure you drop a like on the stream. I would appreciate it.
Let's roll.
Put me in a different match. Put me in a different match. Put me in a different match.
Let's roll.
How many people are online? No, where's that thing? It says how many people is online. I just seen it. I think it's while you search. 850,000 motherfuckers online. 10,000 other motherfuckers searching. Put us in a game.
Let's roll.
I swear to God. There is another match of dust going on.
Thank you.
Please, something. Oh my God. Now, is there people in this match?
Clear left.
Please. Give me something.
Let's roll.
Please let there be people in this match. Yes. Oh my God, I had like 2 seconds. Whoa. Golly. That was a bot. The motherfucker just turned on me. Another bot, bruh. I hit a heady on him, bruh. Oh my God, I got killed by not a bot. Ah, you stupid cunt. Hit him for 72, bro. Get the fuck up out of here. If you're new around here, make sure you drop a like on the stream. And if you've been here before, make sure you drop a like on the stream. Appreciate you. Come on, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, I can't even read that. Can't hear my mic? That is no good. Maybe the game is a little bit too loud. And I can turn this up too. I appreciate you for letting me know. Okay, that should be a little bit better. I appreciate you, D3 Nuke. I'm gonna just call you that. Vinster, go get him, brother. Have a good stream. I appreciate you, bro. And then what's my PC specs? I got a 4070 Ti Super with a Ryzen 5 7600X. I got that paired with a B60 M-A MSI motherboard, 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, clocking in with a 850 watt Corsair PSU, and some different types of memories, but I mean, memory's going to be different for everybody. That's not the main part. And then I got a 240 millimeter Cooler Master AIO liquid cooler as well. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. I am getting a little bit closer to the mic as well, but I turned down the desktop audio and turned up my mic a little bit on OBS as well, so... Bruh. Come on, man. Fuck. I'm so stupid. 11 damage, bro. I should have just pulled out the fucking pistol. Got a couple headies on him. Pow, pow, pow. Pow, pow, pow. Oh, fuck, bro. I don't know why I stopped ADSing. Okay. No. Oh, he's right here. Where'd you go? Nope, I don't want you. Let's go. Get nuked. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Vinster, thank you for subscribing, homie. It's gonna say follow on there, but it's a subscribe on YouTube. I appreciate you for subscribing, homie. One step closer to 100. One step closer to 100. Oh, you fucking bitch. Not you. Leeble. Thank you for the follow. I was just about to shoot. Fucking Leeble. Dude, this Leeble guy needs to leave my fucking lobby. I'm just getting shit on. Like, absolutely just fucking shit on. Oh shit, I'm getting out of here. Leeble. Libel, Leeble, fucking douchebag. I don't know who to aim at. Now I'm playing that shit. There we go. Let's get something going. Let's get 5. Let's get 5. Alright. I hit him with that shot, and then I still hit him with 2 bullets right there, too. I mean, what? Come on now. Dude, Loggy Bat, fuck you. Contosaurus Rex. You. Did he just spawn? $86, dude. Fuck. Damn, bro. What else do you want me to do? Dude, I can't do nothing with a shotgun, brother. Especially at that distance. Fuck. Was that kid even looking at me? Or was that the other one? I thought that chicken was a person. $90 Oh my god. You gotta be fucking with me right now. Is that game? What place did I get? I didn't even score good. I got 4th. 5th. I fucking quit. I fucking quit. Alright, let's jump back in. Haha. Dude, them things are OP, bruh. Yo, if you are new around here, make sure you drop a like on the stream. It helps out a lot. I would appreciate it. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll actually get some kills. Maybe let's see if I can get my revenge. Yo, I've done gotten my revenge. Come out, wherever you are. Are you one right here now? Oh, 24, bro. That was dookie. Straight dookie. Bro, I kept going right like I was moving. Obviously I wasn't because I was in the way of the fucking boxes. Derp de der. Come here, phony. Oh my, 90 fucking 8. He's about dead. I'm gonna kill him right now. The little boy in the hat. I don't know what that is. Is he trying to say little? It's cool, it's whatever. Oh, I didn't even hit a shot? I call Capery in the finest, and I shot. I fucking shot right there. I know you can't hear my mouse click, but I fucking shot. I fucking shot. Some bull. That was 14, bro. Fuck the fucking SMGs. I'm not getting that sniper up there. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. I'm not doing it. Fuck! Aw, brother. You're stupid. Okay. I didn't think you even noticed me. Trash. Booty hole garbage. You gotta be fucking with me. Fuck. Ran out of fucking bullets. Oh, now I'm playing like shit. Thought he'd be done by now. Fuck. Bro, how do you get over there? How? Really? 66. Fuck you. Bruh. Fuck me. Alright. You fucking fucker. Some bitch. Oh no! I pulled out the med shot, bro. No. Fuck me, fuck. What do I get? Third, let's go. I'm gonna go grab my phone real quick. No matter what you saying, what you doing, I would rather be with you. Fuck these other, I'll be right by your side till 2005. Hold on. Find me a match. Main. Come on, bro. I don't think I'm gonna find a match. think I'm gonna find a match. I might try a couple more minutes. I don't know though. I don't know what to do. I might wait till 15 minutes just to see. I just want to play, bro. I might go to Call of Duty.
Let's roll.
There.
I planted the bomb.
Yeah, bro, how the fuck are you so good with a revolver, my nigga?
It is going to explode.
Terrorists win.
We will stop your little scout.
Oh, wait. Plant the bomb.
Your fucking spawn, faggot.
Terrorists win.
Wait. Don't know how to fucking plant the damn bomb.
Now is the time. Smoke. Grenade out.
$71 my ass. My fucking ass.
Terrorists win.
This is what we have been working for. I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Smoke. Grenade.
Terrorists win.
We are the best. That was a win.
Got on. You gotta be fucking with me, bro. Come on.
That Taco Bender is so bad, but he's Wally.
Who?
Counter-terrorists win.
I'll stay here.
There.
I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
Apparently this guy's walling. He's very bad at he is.
He's walling, kick him. He's fucking walling.
Who?
Tell us who. That Taco Bender is walling.
Grenade out.
Just because you don't know I'm on CT and I smoke and he killed me like 3 times. Throw the fucking smoke.
Alright, start that vote. I don't know how to start it, dog.
Terrorists win.
We cannot be killed.
Yeah, of
Motherfucker
course.
hacking on
3
chat.
times. 3 times, bro.
Move it, move it. Throwing smoke. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
You guys suck.
Counter-terrorists win.
Let us go. Smoke. Stars. Throwing smoke. Smoke. Grenade. Grenade out. Let's go flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing fire. Let's throw a grenade.
Oh, that's my teammate. I'm fucking stupid.
Terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
Smoke. Molotov. Throwing smoke. We've dropped the bomb. Throwing fire. Molotov. Flashbang. Throwing fire. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. I'm planted.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
We will stop your little scout. Go, go, go. Smoke. Smoke. Throwing smoke. Smoke. Stars. Grenade. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade. Planting the bomb.
Damn, nigga.
Counter-terrorists win.
We will make them regret this day. I'm throwing fire. Flashbang. Grenade out. I'm planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Grenade out.
Terrorists win.
I fear no man. Let's go, my brothers. Throw in the flashbang. Throw in smoke. I'm throwing the flashbang.
I played like shit. Playing like shit.
Smoke. Grenade.
He tried running.
Shoot everything that moves. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice. These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Grenade. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's a piece of cake, so it is.
How do you jump up here?
I'm in position. Go, go, go. Incendiary. Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Incendiary.
Oh boy. Come on.
Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Counter-terrorists win.
Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Are we rushing in, or are we doing sneaky beaky like? Incendiary out.
Oh, what? I was scooting down.
Smoke.
Epic fail.
Grenade out.
I thought my teammate was still up there. I guess not.
Flashbang. Flashbang.
Terrorists win.
Alright.
Come on, jump, jump. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out.
Never mind.
Grenade.
70 fucking 2. Fuck.
Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
Terrorists win.
Alright, alright, alright.
Move. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary. Throwing fire.
Terrorists win.
Move it, son. I'm waiting here. Waiting here.
I didn't see that fucking pussy fucker.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out.
Oh shit. I'm over here looking at titties on Instagram. I'm over here looking at titties on Instagram.
Diffusing.
I got discombobulated, discontracted. Oh my god, yeah, swing.
Holding here.
Okay, I'm balling. I'm rolling, 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 I'm busting, I'm busting, I'm busting, I'm busting. Somebody, come get me, come get me, come get me, come get me. I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out. 530, I'm fucking that bitch in the back. I'm doing it better, no strap. I'm fucking that hoe, I got no strength. I'm doing it better, yeah, I'm in between.
Incendiary.
I'm riding the Mozzie. You wish you could come. I'm fucking that bitch. Oh, what the fuck? I'm a freaking cry, bro.
Fuck, we need the money.
Bomb has been planted.
Man, I hope it blows up. Be good money.
Do you want me?
Terrorists win.
Oh, fuck. Come on.
Can I still get a sniper? Oh yeah, boner.
Let's have it, lads. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade out. Flashbang.
half of our team is AFK.
Incendiary. Grenade out. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Counter-terrorists win.
You're right on. You're right on.
Bro, I could hear you running. What the fuck? Shit's loud as hell. Boom, 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 boom. Look at me. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going over here now. Fucking idiot.
Take a breath, but
Grenade out. Together we can do this. Grenade!
Itch. You know I'm sexy. Call, just text me. Kill them all, dude. Actually, no, I want you to die because you killed me. Yeah. I got an assist. I got an assist. Give me the assist. Give me the assist. Give me the assist. Give me the assist. baby.
Terrorists win.
I know. Oh, it's a lot. Nope. Mr. Tam Cruise wants to be a Mr. fucking bitch. Kill Mr. Tam Cruise. Kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Someone, kill him, someone, kill him. I need someone to get Mr. Tam Cruise. Cause he's using my flashbang, that dirty rat sack of shit. What? He's got 2 health. Yes.
在拆了。
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
What? Oh my god.
A 大 A 大。
Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, I guess we're not kicking him. I'm just gonna keep reporting him. Keep reporting them, I don't care. I'll just keep spam reporting them.
Counter-terrorists win.
I'm gonna go die to this dude.
I see him. Let's kill them. This is our fight. I'm throwing a flashbang.
进门左手，进门左手。去窗口打。不在家门，在家门。没子弹了。
Terrorists win.
Where are the real men? Let's go, my brothers. Let's throw the grenade. Throwing smoke.
Terrorists win.
We are the best. I'm planted.
Bomb has been.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. Smoke!
as well as all day.
Terrorists win. Counter-terrorists win.
Forward! I'm prepared. Throw in a flashbang! Grenade! I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade out! Throwing fire! Molotov!
What's the duration of hell? Forever. Forever. Never stops. Once you go there, there's no end.
I turned it down.
What are the depths of hell? It's in the middle of the...
What the fuck?
Counter-terrorists win.
Move it, move it! Grenade! Flashbang! Flashbang! Smoke!
You are automatically a hacker. Automatically. You're in fucking...
intel on a possible bomb site. Eyes up. Expect contact. We don't know who we're dealing with, but neither.
Kill confirmed. Neutralize hostiles, grab their tags to win. Simple enough. We've lost the lead.
On your six!
Friendly UAV on station.
Visual targets! Changing mags!
Confirm that one. Hostile UAV in the area. Roger. We've secured the lead. Counter UAV is active.
Welcome back to the Photoshop Social Club. I'm Jesse Nyberg, and I'm going to show you how to create this cool Xerox grainy effect in Adobe.
In 1996, North Korea was in the midst of one of the worst famines experienced by any industrialized nation in modern history. But one idea arose in the high command of the government to remedy this issue. In the harsh and mountainous north, they started a mass campaign to breed mountain goats. Flush with the shrubs they graze upon, it seemed like the perfect way to procure more food for the region. Within 2 years, the goat population tripled. But those shrubs that the goats quickly devoured held together the loose mountain soil during the annual massive rainfalls. Now without them, the result was massive mudslides which destroyed much of the only arable land for agriculture and the complete flooding of coal mines. In just 4 years, 5 to 10% of North Korea's entire population perished. Yet this is just one small example of a terrible decision in a country that arguably has the most mismanaged economy in modern times. But the North Korea you see on the news today, with its starving citizens and a leadership hell-bent on making nuclear weapons in a desperate last-ditch attempt to maintain power, is largely a product of the last few decades. While North Korea and its tiny economy are now juxtaposed with the incredibly prosperous South Korea, which now has over 70 times the economic output, things used to be dramatically different. In fact, for decades, it was the North who maintained a political, economic, technological, and military superiority over the South. North Korea for a time was so much better off that it once was pointed to as a shining example of communism in the developing world. And for a brief moment, it was the most industrialized and advanced Asian society. From the quote-unquote ideal socialist state to the worst place to live in the world, this is a story of how North Korea became so incredibly poor. This video is sponsored by Babbel, the #1 language learning app. Have you ever wanted to learn a new language, but worried about the time commitment in a new language that directly connects to Babbel in back description? Just click the link in the description down below. Thank you Babbel for sponsoring this video. For almost all of Korea's existence, it was surrounded by much more powerful nations, and thus had to adapt in the name of self-preservation. There is a famous saying in both Koreas, that it is a shrimp among whales, and that the peninsula has been invaded 900 times in the last 2,000 years. For the last 10 centuries, Korea served as a tributary state to the various powerful Chinese dynasties that were by far the most important Asian powers, if not global powers. However, China started a long and slow decline just as the Europeans started to carve out as much of the world as possible. This gave rise to a new Asian power who sought to rapidly industrialize and modernize its military to be able to fend off the Europeans. By the late 19th century and early 20th, it was no longer China, but Japan that threatened Korea. As Korea could not stand alone, it turned to the Russian Empire, who was looking to expand their own influence in the region. With Russia's help, Korea started to industrialize itself, reform its educational system, and modernize its military. But the Russian Empire was dying, and no event encapsulated this better than its defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in 1904. The result of the embarrassing defeat was Japan's uninhibited influence in the region, and Korea was not able to hold off any longer. In 1910, it was now an official colony of the Japanese. From then until 1945, Korea was treated with unimaginable exploitation. However, some important economic development did take place. Northern Korea is incredibly rich in natural resources. According to a Goldman Sachs report, North Korea is sitting atop an estimated $10 trillion worth of mineral deposits. And as such, the Japanese built large-scale mines and processing plants, developed a thriving fertilizer industry, made countless reservoirs and pumping stations to irrigate the fields, and constructed modern power plants. Infrastructure throughout the country was improved to ship the much-needed materials back to Japan to aid in the war effort. But Japan's reign of terror came to an abrupt end.
I'm gaming against an epic final boss. If I don't win it, it'll be...
In the very last months of the Second World War, 1.5 million Russian troops launched a lightning invasion into Manchuria. in an effort to snatch up as much land as possible before the capitulation of the Japanese Empire. At the same time, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were erased by the Americans. Weeks later, the largest war in human history was over, but immediately the stage was set for a new, much longer spanning conflict. Much like the occupation of Germany after the war, Korea was split in half and now existed under polar opposite political ideologies. Their new border then became the new front line of the Cold War. The Soviet Union, in control of the North, quickly appointed Kim Il-sung, a guerrilla fighter in the war who later became an officer in the Soviet army during the liberation of Korea. He quickly began to build a socialist command economy modeled after and with the help of the Soviet Union. Land was redistributed, those Japanese industries were nationalized, a socialist central bank was created, and a one-party communist state was instituted. Later, all power was vested in Kim Il-sung, who would become more of a god than a ruler to the North Koreans. In the South, the United States created a democratic market economy, although it would function more or less like a brutal dictatorship until the 1980s. The North was blessed with almost all the natural resources, most of the industrial capacity, and 92% of the electrical power generation. In fact, for a brief moment in time, North Korea was by far the most industrialized and urbanized country in Asia in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Under Japanese occupation, North Korea became an industrial powerhouse, but the South had almost all the prime agricultural land and most of the consumer light industry. The Japanese had made the South into the breadbasket to feed its war efforts. North Korea all of a sudden did not have enough farmlands to feed its people. Faced with its immediate industrial upper hand, but its scarcity of food, and the worry that the South, being backed by the largest economy on Earth, would catch up quickly, Kim Il-sung, combined with the support of the Soviets and later the Chinese, launched an invasion in 1950. While initially it seemed like Northern victory was inevitable, United Nations combat forces were able to push the North all the way back to the Chinese border. China, worried about a capitalist foothold on their doorstep, flooded 500,000 soldiers into the Korean peninsula, eventually pushing the front line close to its original borders. The front line grinded to a halt, and little progress was made over the coming years. In the face of neither side seeing an ability to advance further, an armistice was signed that is still in effect to this very day, meaning the United States is still technically at war with North Korea. But Kim Il-sung badly miscalculated his war effort, and most of the North's advantage was swept away by US carpet bombing campaigns. In fact, the United States dropped more explosives on North Korea than they had dropped on all nations combined throughout the entirety of the Second World War. Those modern Japanese industries and mines ceased to exist. As historian Charles K. Armstrong put it, North Korea had been virtually destroyed as an industrial society. In the aftermath, Kim set out to finalize the transition into a complete command economy. All farmland and all private property was taken by the state. Markets were outlawed, and almost all freedoms were curtailed, of course except for those in the ruling class. From then on, all prices and all goods, all funds, and all jobs were to be dictated by the government, exactly the same as in the Soviet Union. But this was even an impossible task for the Soviets to do efficiently, and even more so for the less technologically advanced North Koreans. To make matters even worse, under Japanese occupation, no native Koreans held significant administration positions, meaning there was a severe lack of experience and no real way to produce accurate economic statistics. So when a socialist government was now tasked with deciding every single aspect of the entire economy, there was no hope of it working. How do you know how much steel you can produce if you don't know how much iron is being made, how much coal is being transported to factories, and how many workers you have at your disposal? How do you know what to price food if you have no idea how many hungry mouths there are to feed or how productive your farmlands are? Despite this, North Korea, to the surprise of the world, would enter its economic golden age.
What is Tradeit?
Huh?
Tradeit is a marketplace. So on Tradeit you can buy and trade your skins. As you can see,
The North Korean economy from the end of the war until the 1970s grew at a titanic 15% a year, quickly dwarfing the small agrarian economy of the South. But how is it possible that this small nation that was just bombed back into the Stone Age was now able to become one of the fastest growing economies on Earth? The resurgence of North Korea was due in large part to a unique set of circumstances. At the heart of it all was the religious-like dominance of the entire nation by Kim Il-sung. He quickly started to rewrite history, banned religion, persecuted his political opponents, and ultimately became the supreme authority of the land. He warped the Marxist-Leninist theories to his own advantage and to work better with traditional Korean beliefs. This new political dominance was rooted in the ideology of Juche, which roughly translates to self-reliance. Kim argued that the true peak of civilization was contingent upon being freed from the chains of reliance on other nations. The way to achieve this was by placing all trust in him and by carrying out tremendous sacrifice for the state. The ideology heavily borrowed from Korean Confucianism with concepts of hierarchy as the basis of order and social harmony. Coupled with heavy propaganda, the image of the state in Kim himself was warped to resemble that of a family patriarch. With a deeply embedded cultural tradition of family and respecting your elders, it was a perfectly crafted means of social control over the North Koreans. This provided the perfect foundation in which to control and guide the restoration of the nation and economy. However, ironically, and against the notions of self-reliance, North Korea's resurgence was wholly dependent on dramatic amounts of help from the other socialist nations. It was given hydroelectric dams, railroads, irrigation systems, and industrial equipment from the Soviets, and food, oil, and fertilizer from the Chinese. From 1950 to 1960, North Korea would receive a massive, at the time, $1.65 billion worth of patron aid, mostly from the Soviet Union. Not only that, but China and the Soviets forgave North Korea of its wartime loans and even sent tens of thousands of free workers to rebuild infrastructure, restore destroyed factories, and revive croplands. Along with its vast resources, cheap labor, and a huge demand for commodities by other socialist nations meant North Korea could gain quick money by selling raw resources to them. Within 2 years after the war, the economy was larger than it had ever been before, and by the 1960s, it was producing exponentially more of everything than South Korea, who was just starting to build their own heavy industry. But how and why did North Korea receive so much economic aid? Kim was able to walk into Stalin's office, provide a huge list of economic needs to which Stalin would often accept. But why? Initially, it was quite simple. Korea was a microcosm of the much larger Cold War. The Soviets and Chinese did not want a strong, prosperous, and united capitalist Korea on their doorstep. And they also wanted to send a message to other potential socialist nations that they would be looked after by the communist world. But well into North Korea being rejuvenated and strong enough to fend for itself, the aid just kept coming. This was due in large part to the souring relations between the Soviet Union and China. After Stalin's death in 1953, the next in line, Nikita Khrushchev, took on de-Stalinization reforms which angered and threatened China's leader, Mao Zedong. From there, both competed to be the champion for the developing socialist world, and thus both could not afford to lose North Korea as an ally. Kim was then able to teeter back and forth between the two when aid was offered, and thus preferential trade deals, free capital and resources, and access to equipment and technology kept on flooding in. North Korea was able to thrive economically because it was constantly being stimulated by socialist competition, and Kim's fierce iron grip politically meant he could carry out rapid industrialization and militarization of the whole country. But North Korea's unprecedented growth hid the abhorrent structural flaws and catastrophic economic decisions that would lead to it eventually becoming the worst place to live in the world.
Read species. Guys, I am so excited. It's got an i7 processor.
From the very beginning, Kim Il-sung was obsessed with building heavy industry, as in his mind, it would provide the economy the self-reliance he treasured so dearly. Heavy industry is traditionally defined as capital-intensive, large-scale manufacturing that requires heavy machinery and facilities. This produces steel, military equipment, ships, chemicals, construction, etc. But Kim allocating 80% of all resources to developing heavy industry came at the cost of consumer goods and, most importantly, agriculture. Even Stalin, who himself overemphasized heavy industry, was concerned with North Korea's lopsided economic growth. That's because this heavy industry relied on mobilizing the rural farming population to work in factories, but this then diminished the food producing capabilities of the nation. But as we discussed prior, we know that North Korea, even in the best of times, is hardly capable of being self-sufficient in food production due to its lack of arable land and harsh climate. This would not be too concerning, as any economically rational plan would use its newfound industrial strength to trade for food products. But this is counter to the regime's ideology of self-reliance, and thus this never happened. This then made North Korea fully reliant on the untenable aid it received from other socialist nations to feed itself. The next terrible decision emerged again from the ideology of self-reliance in the form of what is called the Cholima movement. The North Koreans' lack of sufficient economic data led to significant shortages all the time. Of course, Kim's answer to the problem was in the form of mass mobilization, in which the nation would rely on, quote, revolutionary zeal to make up any economic shortages, in which the spirit of the revolutionary cause would allow for superhuman productivity that would outpace any other nation. In essence, when North Korea was short on steel, food, coal, or any other factor of production, they would mobilize the population to work longer and harder to make up for the shortfalls. Coupled with a regime that has total social control and is willing to imprison your entire family for minor mistakes, it's easy to see how not being okay with your extra work could put you in a dangerous position. An example of this mobilization is school children being forced to harvest rice and the doubling of coal mining shifts in the 60s when North Korea was building massive power plants to meet the energy goals laid out in the official economic plan. North Korea would persistently use the Cholima movement to address the massive inefficiencies in the command economy. Oftentimes, this meant avoiding the implementation of more productive but expensive equipment, instead using brute force to address economic shortfalls. This had the added benefit of greater social control over the population. The over-reliance on the heavy industry and the utilization of massive labor movements would come under further strain toward the end of the 1960s as the Cold War heated up. Having a society with the goal of self-reliance meant that North Korea would allocate dramatic amounts of resources to the military. As such, and in response to the heightened tensions, North Korea would undertake a massive military buildup and the militarization of the entire culture. All men ages 15 to 45 and all women aged 18 to 35 were mandated to serve in the military. This, of course, dramatically strained the rest of the economy. This then leads us to the next major mistake. Instead of slowing down military spending, addressing the fundamental imbalances to the economy, even as the Cold War tensions cooled in the 70s, North Korea started to take out mountains of debt to finance further heavy industry and the military buildup. Due to the easing of Cold War tensions in the 70s, Western European nations were now open to the idea of lending to North Korea. $80 million was borrowed from the French to build a fertilizer plant, $160 million from the United Kingdom to build a cement factory, and $400 million from Japan for heavy plant equipment. In just 5 years, North Korea took on $1.2 billion of debt for which they had no capacity to pay back, and they didn't. As a result, no country would lend to North Korea by 1976. Any rational economic leader would try and utilize its vast resources to balance its budget and economy. But North Korea had a problem. Despite years of political instability, South Korea by the 80s was undergoing its economic miracle and democratization. This was a huge problem for the North Korean regime, as its grip on power could easily be broken if the North Koreans saw the burgeoning middle class and rapid increases in quality of life that the South was now enjoying. For the first time in their histories, the South was now better off than the North, and rapidly pulling ahead. This was symbolized in the 1988 Olympic Games, hosted in Seoul. In response, the North ramped up terrorist activities, assassination attempts, and despite its now stagnant economy, it carried out insane mega projects. A few of these include an 1,100 square mile land reclamation project off its coastline, an attempt to build the largest dam in the world, a supermassive hydrothermal power plant, an entire industry surrounding Vivillon, a strange material that's durable and highly heat resistant, and the most emblematic of the time, the Ruyang Hotel. The hotel was to become the tallest in the world, cost 2% of the entire economy, and like all the other mega projects, it failed miserably. It now has been uncompleted for over 3 decades, and for a while, the government tried to cover up the skyline-dominating abandoned hotel using Photoshop. These projects were way too costly, unneeded, and in some cases flawed from the very inception. They were all at least partially funded by the Soviet Union, but as the 80s wore on, that funding began to dry up, and all of North Korea's terrible mistakes were about to collapse the entire economy.
Hey, have you seen this new belt? It's made with magnets, and it's called a groove belt. You thought I was going to say ring, didn't you? Hey, guys.
By the early 90s, North Korea still had a massively lopsided economy. It was allocating a vast majority of its budget to the military. It had not made significant attempts to pay off its debts. And just like in the aftermath of the Korean War, it was still heavily reliant on other socialist states to feed and fund itself. But the world was changing rapidly. The Soviet Union, under the weight of political liberalization and a faltering economy, finally collapsed in late 1991, and China was undergoing reforms, now seeing North Korea as more of a nuisance than as an ally. Trade with the Russian Federation collapsed 6-fold. Food imports and aid completely stopped, and previous loans were no longer being forgiven. Maybe most importantly, Russia was no longer willing to give oil to North Korea at preferential rates, and the supply of it went from 3.5 million tons per year to just 45,000. This would have a catastrophic ripple effect throughout the entire economy. The now complete shortage of fuel meant that coal mining ceased, power plants went offline, and chemical fertilizer was no longer able to be produced. As such, much more water was now needed to irrigate the fields, and that meant hydroelectric power plants needed to stop running. Transportation was halted, electricity generation stopped completely, and industry was unable to function. In just 3 years, the entire economy contracted by 50%. Food was no longer being given for free from other socialist nations, the farmlands were now unproductive, and it was almost impossible to even transport harvests. Without fuel, the population took to cutting down forests for the winters to stay warm, and this made the environment unable to cope with torrential rains. Coupled with the goat breeding program and historic rainfalls meant that floods and mudslides took out the remaining farmlands. To make matters even worse, the floods destroyed underground stockpiles of grain. North Korea was undergoing an apocalypse. Its people had no food, they had no freedom, and they lived under a brutal totalitarian regime. North Korea was now the worst place to live in the world, and millions perished. In a case such as this, it would make sense for a nation to take out loans to weather the rough times. But as North Korea ruined their debt reputation in the 70s, no nation was willing to take the risk. It could have sold its vast resources to the world, but because industry was already crippled, and because of extreme sanctions placed on it from its nuclear weapons program, it could not rely on trade. As a result, North Korea did something it hated more than anything. It made an international plea for aid to which it would receive. Despite receiving 70% of all needed food from international humanitarian efforts until the year 2000, it made outrageous demands, refused to make concessions, and ultimately never reformed to fix the structural problems. Out of pure necessity, it for the first time allowed for markets and minor trading. However, this was only because the central government had no resources in which to distribute to the population. But why did North Korea not change? Today we have witnessed the fall of the Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc, the reformation of the Chinese economic system, and the numerous dictators that fell during the Arab Spring. But so did North Korea. They have learned that opening their economy or political structure even just a little, would start a never-ending tidal wave of further reform, just like in the Soviet Union. They do not have the stomach to risk the economic reforms that China undertook, and in response to the Arab Spring, they have tightened social control over their population. North Korean leadership knows that reform will ultimately improve the lives of their citizens, but reform and revolution of a dictatorship never ends well for the elites in charge. While the nation starved, the next leader, Kim Jong-il, imported luxury watches, built personal palaces, ordered 100 white Mercedes limousines, and dined on the finest Italian cuisine. Making the necessary changes would have saved his people, but would have likely meant his death and the end to his limitless consumption. We can see now why change never occurred.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN.
But with the fall of the Soviet Union and the subsequent economic calamity, how does North Korea still exist? There are two things currently keeping North Korea still afloat. One means of making money that we have not yet discussed is state-sponsored illicit activities. North Korea started in the 70s but ramped up dramatically in the 90s, the manufacturing and distribution of drugs, fake US currency, sold weapons to international terrorist organizations, and partook in human trafficking and slave labor in their prison camps. In fact, because of the unique conditions in which a nation-state is actually partaking in these illegal activities, North Korea is making drugs with some of the highest quality in the world and making counterfeit currency that is said to be better than real dollars. It harbors international criminals and employs them. This then gives the criminals access to state-sponsored distribution and protection, and they give North Korea plausible deniability when caught. The money generated from these illicit activities is hard to estimate, but it has likely brought in billions of dollars, to which the regime can then continue to prop up its massive military and hold on power. The second thing keeping the nation from collapsing is China. While China now sees North Korea as a nuisance, the last thing they want is a massive humanitarian crisis along their border and the nuclear crisis that would inevitably ensue. China is supplying energy and food to make sure this doesn't happen. Since he came to power in 2011, Kim Jong-un has largely kept North Korea unchanged, and in fact is trying to rein in the markets that emerged from the crisis in the 90s. North Korea and its leadership are trapped by the ideologies that created it, and thus cannot reform without risking collapse. North Korea stands as a reminder that nations governed by a small elite fixated on retaining power and gatekeeping the keys to truth are where true human suffering lies. The 20th century gave rise to socialist command economies. North Korea is the last remnant of that dying political system. For now, the people of North Korea suffer and will continue to do so until the regime inevitably collapses.
What if I told you that I was a communist spy?
Sounds intense.
Yo, I cannot.
In 2018, a little-known republic nestled deep in the heart of Central Asia devised what appeared to be a brilliant strategy to halt the widespread exodus of skilled and educated workers, a challenge that afflicts many developing nations worldwide. Its solution was straightforward. It simply stopped allowing anyone to leave, effectively transforming the entire country into a virtual prison twice the size of the United Kingdom. Indeed, Turkmenistan touts itself as a nation of pragmatic solutions. That same year, then-President Berdy Muhammadov, attributing bad luck to the presence of black cars, banned their importation. Soon, citizens across the country began waking up to find that their cars had vanished overnight, having been towed away by the authorities. To get them back, owners were forced to pay for a repaint, often at unaffordable prices. Before long, this unusual mandate was extended to include all colored cars. Hence, should you ever find yourself scanning satellite images of Turkmenistan, you'll be met with a monochromatic sea of white vehicles, which just so happens to be the former president's favorite color. But Berdy Muhammadov's eccentricities pale in comparison to his predecessor, Niyazov, self-titled as His Excellency, the great leader of the Turkmen and God's prophet on earth. In a grandiose display of concern for his nation's health, Niyazov carved a colossal 37-kilometer staircase into the Kopet Dag mountain range. He mandated that politicians climb it yearly in a so-called health walk, while he watched from above in a helicopter before chastising them at the finish line for their slow pace. The array of bewildering decrees issued by Turkmenistan's leaders appears limitless, days of the week, months of the year, breeds of horses, and even craters on the moon have been personally renamed to the preferences of whichever leader is in charge at the time. At one point, Niyazov literally renamed bread after his mother. Another bizarre incident saw him advise citizens to chew on bones to enhance dental health, citing the absence of dogs in dental offices as his justification. Dogs, however, have become scarce in the capital on account of them being banned for their quote, unappealing odor. This prohibition is just one of many in a relentless series of efforts over the last 3 decades aimed at transforming the capital city into an immaculate, pristine, and grand vision of a dictator's personal paradise. Vast neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble to make way for a breathtaking number of skyscrapers, monuments, parks, stadiums, and palaces, each crafted from impeccable Italian marble and then lined with gold. So much marble has been used to build the city that it earned it a Guinness World Record, along with the largest indoor pool, the largest indoor Ferris wheel, the largest architectural star, and the most fountain pools in a public space, an irony given the country's severe water scarcity. But beyond the grandeur of its gleaming marble city and the often comical antics of its leaders, little about Turkmenistan is amusing for those forced to live within its borders.
The NVIDIA RTX 2000.
In August 2023, a distressing scene unfolded in the extensive cotton fields of Turkmenistan's Lebap province. Beneath the sweltering heat exceeding 104 degrees Fahrenheit, tens of thousands toiled tirelessly by hand to gather the annual cotton harvest. While the sight of diligent laborers in cotton fields is not by itself unusual, the composition of this workforce was anything but ordinary. Instead of seasonal agricultural workers, this vast sea of labor comprised teachers, doctors, lawyers, flight attendants, state workers, and even school children, none of whom were there by choice or paid. Under a presidential decree, both state agencies and private companies forced half of their staff to pick cotton during the week, with full participation required on weekends. Facing the risk of public humiliation and job loss, a daunting prospect in a country with a staggering 70% unemployment rate, workers reluctantly complied as they struggled to meet their daily cotton quota of 55 pounds. Ever since gaining independence from the Soviet Union, Turkmenistan's leaders have painstakingly reinstated Stalinist rule. Today, the country stands as one of the last true totalitarian dictatorships. Secret police resort to torture and use psychotropic drugs against political opponents. Those perceived as enemies of the state are publicly paraded on live television, coerced into confessions, and forced to beg for mercy to spare their families from similar fates. Afterwards, they vanish without a trace. Mere criticism of the government in any form is deemed treasonous, often resulting in lengthy prison sentences, confinement to psychiatric facilities, or exile to the desolate salt flats by the Caspian Sea. The level of repression is so extreme that last year, Turkmenistan was ranked as the second worst country in the world for freedom, a position even lower than Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, war-torn Eritrea, and the infamous North Korea. But with the transition of power from Berdi Muhammadov to his son in 2022, marking Central Asia's first hereditary secession since the era of the Khans, hope for improvement in the near future has all but been extinguished. It's hardly surprising then that many are desperate to leave in search of a better life elsewhere, assuming the government does not successfully stop them first. But how did Turkmenistan become such a dystopian nightmare? How do its leaders maintain such an absolute grip on power? And where does the seemingly endless supply of money that sustains the regime come from? This is a story of Turkmenistan, the strangest dictatorship in the world. Today's video is sponsored by Warthunding Major Buralist Modern State the first decorator. This is a limited time offer. On September 9, 1879, Russian military forces began a severe bombardment of Gyoktepe, a city encircled by a formidable wall made out of mud, 18 feet thick and 10 feet tall, sheltering 40,000 Turkmen. Despite their technological advantages, the Russian troops, limited in number and supplies, suffered heavy losses in their frontal assault on the city, forcing a strategic retreat to their base on the Caspian Sea. Driven by objectives to secure its southern frontier, advance its economic interests, and enhance its global stature, Russia had been gradually expanding its dominion over Central Asia. But the humiliating defeat at Göktepe marked Russia's first major setback in its imperial goals in 164 years. Located at the southern fringe of Central Asia, Göktepe was located in what is today modern Turkmenistan. The area was primarily inhabited by nomadic tribes who roamed the extensive Karakum Desert, subsisting on livestock herding and raiding passing trade caravans. Despite the harshness of their existence, these tribes earned a reputation for their fierce resistance to external powers and their involvement in the slave trade, a brutal reality that some of the encroaching Russians experienced firsthand. Recognizing Göktepe's strategic importance for conquering the rest of the region, Russia began a more calculated second attack 2 years after their initial defeat. On January 12, 1881, they detonated a tunnel packed with thousands of kilograms of explosives beneath the city's wall. This created a 140-foot wide breach in the city's defenses, enabling Russian forces to flood in. Following a ruthless massacre of the city's residents, the rest of Central Asia soon fell to the Tsar. Over the next 4 decades, Russia made little effort to assimilate the region or its inhabitants into the empire. Although railroads expanded and new cities like Ashgabat emerged, spurred by an influx of Russian migrants.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you...
It's July 2003 at a general hospital in Zimbabwe's third largest city. Security officers on a routine patrol stumble across something bizarre. A person is returning a corpse to the morgue. Upon investigating, the officers uncover the disturbing secret. The mortician and his assistant are not just preparing the dead, they are also renting them out. But those seeking to rent the bodies are not motivated by morbid curiosity. They are ordinary people desperate for a vital resource: gasoline. After securing a rented corpse and a falsified burial order, they'd head straight to the nearest gas station, where wait times stretched not just for minutes, but days. Now disguised as hearse drivers, they exploited a government policy to bypass the lines, ensuring their share of the nation's dwindling fuel supply. The mortician's chilling side business and its rising demand wasn't merely a bizarre occurrence. It was a symptom of an economy nearing collapse. Once one of Africa's wealthiest and most advanced nations, by 2009, Zimbabwe no longer had a functioning modern economy. Schools that were once the pinnacle of African education now saw students using dusty floors as notepads. Once an electricity exporter, Zimbabwe was plunged into prolonged blackouts, with power becoming the exception, not the norm. A nation once hailed as the breadbasket of Africa for its massive agricultural industry now grappled with starvation and a staggering 94% unemployment rate. But perhaps the most shocking testament to the country's dire situation was its inflation. Prices didn't just increase, the currency itself became worthless. Inflation skyrocketed to an insane 89.7 sextillion%, after which it stopped being recorded. Almost all companies collapsed, life savings evaporated, and people resorted to bartering for survival, which became an arrestable offense. But what led to this dramatic downfall? How did a nation overflowing with promise implode so devastatingly? Zimbabwe's economic journey highlights the crucial role of global strategies in shaping a nation's destiny. Speaking of strategy, if you've ever been fascinated by international dynamics, then today's sponsor, Conflict of Nations, is right up your alley. Conflict of Nations is a free online PvP game that players you can count the premiums. In 1865, 2 Dutch settlers purchased a seemingly ordinary stretch of farmland in what is today South Africa. However, within just a few years, their land possessed a 215-meter deep, hand-dug chasm creatively named the Big Hole. By 1888, the Big Hole was the world's richest diamond mine, an asset then under the control of British-born mining magnate Cecil Rhodes. Though the brothers had sold the land, their impact lived on, as Rhodes named his new company De Beers, now the largest diamond company in the world, in their honor. Unsatisfied with his mining monopoly in South Africa and propelled by his passion for British imperialism, Rhodes founded the British South Africa Company in 1889. Armed with a royal charter from the British Crown, the company swiftly invaded Mashonaland. Soon after, they initiated a military campaign against the Ndebele Kingdom, utilizing the newly invented Maxim gun with brutal efficiency. The conquered land became known as Rhodesia, named after Rhodes himself, with southern Rhodesia being formed in what today makes up Zimbabwe. 500,000 native Africans were relocated to reserves, where they faced taxation, forced labor, and political exclusion. For the next 3 decades, the land was not owned, controlled, or operated by the British government, but by the company itself, and its primary goal was to exploit the region for all its resources. Yet the nature of Southern Rhodesia's development was defined by a fundamental mistake.
So this is a World of Warcraft hardcore randomizer. All your abilities and talents are random, and you only get 1 life. Let's see how far we get. So you get to roll your first 4 abilities, and you can lock in the ones you want. Arcane Intellect and Arcane Missile seems good. Gonna lock in those. Healing Touch is a heal. That seems super useful. Mongoose Bite for melee attack after Arcane Missile seems good. Let's go. I'm gonna skip ahead. The first few levels are just killing wolves. So I made it to level 10. This is where we get our first random ability and talent. Let's see what we get. Atalai. What the hell is that? Oh, it does nature damage. That's cool. Then our first talent, rank 2 out of 5, one-handed weapon specialization. Increases the damage and block chance. That's kind of nice. Guess that means I should put on a shield. So this totem is actually super sick. It deals damage.
In 2018, a little-known republic nestled on January 12, 2010, the sun.
In 1996, North Korea was in the midst of one of the worst
The year is 1941, and Adolf Hitler is sitting pretty in Europe. By September that same year, the German military might have destroyed, or was in the process of destroying, all that stood before it. Poland, the initial target of the military, was subjugated, and France hadn't been too far behind. Even Britain, which had bravely continued fighting, was on its last legs. Despite the inspiration that had come from Winston Churchill's famous "We shall fight them on the beaches" speech, Britain's supposed finest hour was a long way off. If it didn't get help and fast, Hitler would have eventually launched a cross-channel invasion into the country that he spent more than 12 months relentlessly bombing as part of its blitzkrieg. Hitler was achieving all he wanted. Western Europe was essentially his. Barring some pockets of resistance, Greece and Yugoslavia had fallen. Even the initial invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 had been a massive success, with Kiev and Smolensk taken and German troops fast closing in on Moscow. If all had stayed how it was, sooner or later Europe would have been overrun by the Nazis. Hitler was on top of his metaphorical mountain. However, a mistake he made at the end of 1941 brought him and the entire Nazi regime crashing down. He declared war on the United States. In December of that year, Adolf Hitler expanded the scope of his domination efforts outside of Europe and Northern Africa, deciding that then was the time to focus on a huge nation that stood across the Atlantic Ocean. We all know the story from there. Galvanized by America's entry into World War II, the Allies were able to fight back against Hitler, and eventually, Nazi Germany lay in ruins. All of this culminated with Hitler taking his own life in a hidden bunker as his regime collapsed in around him. But what if Hitler's war against the United States had turned out differently? What if Hitler had been successful in taking Europe and had then been able to turn his attention to the United States without worrying about threats closer to home? What would his plans have been, and what was his vision of a Nazified USA?
Switch to the Google Fi Wireless Flexible plan and only pay for the data you use. Get unlimited calls and texts for...
To answer that question, we first need to dig into the fateful decision that ultimately cost Hitler the war: the declaration of war on the United States. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched a devastating attack on Pearl Harbor. At 7:55 a.m., a fleet of Japanese planes flying over Oahu received the message "Tora, Tora, Tora" from Captain Mitsuo Fuchida, and they attacked. An enormous fleet of 353 aircraft launched from 4 carriers stationed near U.S. soil, along with a pair of heavy cruisers, 35 submarines, and several other Navy assets. The attack lasted just 1 hour and 15 minutes. In that time, Japan's assault managed to kill 2,403 Americans, 68 of whom were civilians, and had either damaged or destroyed 19 U.S. ships. Japan's declaration of war, which was supposed to have arrived just before the attack was launched but somehow got delayed, came during the attack itself, and finally it was official: the United States had entered World War II. But it hadn't entered into war with Germany yet. When the attack happened, Adolf Hitler was stationed at the Wolfslair, a dank and depressing headquarters the Nazis had set up on the Eastern Front. The lair was where Hitler stayed when he considered a Russian campaign that had started so brightly but had ultimately stalled. His promises of a quick victory over the Soviet Union lay in tatters as his troops were halted just outside of Moscow, a mere 5 miles away from the city's famous Onion Domes. General Winter was doing a number on his troops. The Nazis suffered around 750,000 casualties due to the cold weather in Russia, not aided by the fact that they lacked the proper equipment and even winter clothing to deal with the harsh conditions. Hitler had promised his army victory over the summer. The Soviet Union had held on, and now his troops were dying. His tanks and trucks were immobilized by snow, and frostbite was ravaging those who hadn't already succumbed to the harsh Russian winter. It was as he contemplated what proved to be the first failure of an ever-advancing Wehrmacht that Hitler received news of Japan's Pearl Harbor attack. Despite being a Japanese ally, Hitler hadn't been informed about the assault, and though he'd verbally claimed that he would join Japan if it had declared war on the United States, he was under no obligation to do so. A formal treaty with Japan hadn't been signed. Hitler could have easily allowed Japan to fight its own war while he focused on dominating Europe. After all, it wasn't like the US was going to rush into war with Germany due to the attacks. American anger was focused on Japan, with Germany being seen as somewhat inconsequential by the American public. In fact, as little as 2 weeks before Pearl Harbor, 75% of Americans were against war with Germany. That threat was across a vast ocean, and although Franklin D. Roosevelt, or FDR, understood the genuine threat that Hitler posed, he knew he couldn't declare war against Germany with the public sentiment against such a declaration being so high. If Hitler had just kept his mouth shut and let the US and Japan fight, FDR would have needed to figure out some other way to get the US involved against the Nazis. In the end, he didn't need an excuse. Delighted by Japan's aggression against the US, Hitler hastily set about rewriting a speech he intended to give to the Reichstag on December 10th. Delayed by a day, that speech ended up including a long-winded rant against FDR before Hitler made it official. Germany declared war on the US. Adolf Hitler had greater ambitions for the United States than many realized at the time. Foolishly believing that Japan's attack would divert resources out of the European theater to deal with the looming Japanese threat, Hitler felt safe in throwing the Nazis' weight into a war with America. After all, he'd believed that the fight would come sooner or later way back in the 1920s. In his second book, written in 1928 but not published until 1961, Hitler declared that strengthening Germany so it was ready for war with the US was one of the key goals of the Nazi movement. Part of his reasoning was that the US presented one of the larger threats to his vision of world domination. America was huge. It had a massive population far beyond those who lived in Germany and Austria. In taking Europe, Hitler believed that he could even out the numbers in preparation for an eventual war against the US that would see Nazi Europe combine its might to fight the American foe. After all, the United States is about 28 times the size of Germany. Lifting Germany off the map, it could fit inside California alone, taking up only 85% of the state and leaving plenty of room to spare. Hitler didn't necessarily fear America's greater size. His conquest of Europe would even things up, at least in the personnel department. He envied that size because he had a larger goal for the wars he was waging: building an Aryan master race. Hitler saw his wars as a way to rid the world of those he deemed racially inferior, with minorities typically finding themselves in Hitler's crosshairs. The Nazis killed millions of Jewish and Romani people during World War II and would have turned their attention.
In Big Time, you can collect Big Time cryptocurrency. It's real fun and easy. You can collect the Big Time token.
Attention to other minorities, specifically because Hitler wanted to eliminate those people from the gene pool to ensure they couldn't corrupt what he saw as the development of a new race of supermen. In the United States, Hitler saw a perfect, quote, breeding ground, for want of a better term, for the development of that master race. To him, America's size didn't just make it a threat, it made it a place where Hitler could gain the resources he needed to further the racist ideology that fueled everything he did. It's in this desire that we start to see Hitler's true intentions for declaring war against the United States when he did. He believed he was seizing an opportunity to attack the United States when it was at its weakest. His cooperation with Japan, combined with the dominant stance he already held over Europe, would help him secure a country that could provide the vast resources he needed to further the spread of what he believed would be the world's perfect race. And there's more. Hitler wouldn't have simply used the US due to its size and resources. He also saw the country as providing precisely what he needed to develop his master race, Aryan blood. During World War I, Hitler was stationed on the front lines at the Second Battle of Marne. According to a Cambridge historian named Brendan Sims, it was here that he came across a pair of American soldiers who ultimately made a massive impression on Hitler and his view of what the perfect man should look like. Both soldiers were tall, they had blue eyes and flowing blonde hair. And in that moment, according to Sims, Hitler became fascinated with the United States because he saw it as the place where he could find an abundance of the Aryan DNA he needed to ensure his new master race could grow. His theory was simple. Ever since America was established, in July 1776, it had welcomed immigrants from all over Europe. But these weren't any old immigrants in Hitler's eyes. They were the best and brightest of Europe, and they had adventurous spirits and were the most resilient on the continent. Those intrepid immigrants had spent over 150 years not only thriving in a massive space and resource-rich land that America had to offer, but also had children who carried the blood of Europe's strongest. The US was already on the way to achieving the racial purity that Hitler desired, and the country's legislation supported his theory, at least in Hitler's eyes. The United States was rife with racial integrity laws that banned people of two different races from marrying each other during the 1940s. Take the state of California as an example. In May 1943, a law went into effect that forced anybody who applied for a marriage license to declare their race before the license would be granted. This was to support California's laws on interracial marriage at the time, which stated, no license may be issued authorizing the marriage of a white person with an African American, mulatto, Mongolian, or member of the Malay race, according to the Equal Justice Initiative. On top of that was the Immigration Act of 1924, which essentially prevented immigration from Asia into the US and placed strict limits on the number of immigrants who could enter the country from Eastern and Southern Europe. To Hitler, this law meant that the US had measures in place to keep out the types of people it considered undesirable, particularly those of Slavic descent, further enhancing America's racial purity in the process. So, we start getting a clearer picture of Hitler's intent for the US if he had managed to win World War II. In a twisted sense, he saw America as a kindred spirit to Germany, a place where he could further his ambitions to create a master race while being afforded the space and resources, both traditional and in terms of people who lived in the country, to ensure that race remained pure. Perhaps that's why he was so quick to rush into war with the US when he wasn't bound to do so. But let's imagine for a moment that Hitler doesn't declare war on the US. Instead, he leaves Japan to fight its own battle, leaving FDR unable to find a reason to take the war to Germany. As a result, Hitler could refocus his efforts on the Soviet Union, taking the rest of Europe, including Britain and its navy, before returning to attack Moscow with more well-equipped troops than he deployed during his first attempt. Hitler wins the European theater, and now, with Europe under his complete control, he can turn his attention to the US, the land of pure Aryan blood that is integral to his desire to create a master race. What would his plan have been then? Officially, there was no plan. At least that's according to the man himself. In early 1941, Life magazine sent John Cudahy to Germany to report on what was happening in the country as it was in the process of steamrolling over Europe. Cudahy managed to secure a one-on-one interview with Hitler, who was quick to turn the session into an opportunity for him to deliver a message to America. At first, Hitler appeared to send a warning to his American interviewer. He pointed out that convoys being sent from any nation to a country against which he was fighting signified an act of war. Hitler then pointed out that America was sending such
Switch to Chrome to stay in sync across devices, so your tabs go everywhere you go.
convoys to Britain. But alas, he had no intention of responding with violence at the time. Cudahy pushed the issue. He claimed that the majority of Americans supported going to war with Germany because they believed that the Nazi threat would not be contained to Europe. That wasn't technically true, as we revealed earlier when pointing out that 75% of Americans didn't want war with Germany just weeks before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Still, Cudahy was at least communicating what American leadership felt. When Europe fell, the US would be next. According to Cudahy, Hitler dismissed the notion, even laughing at the thought of launching an invasion against America. Speaking through a translator, Hitler claimed that the very thought of invading the United States was as fantastic as an invasion of the moon. It simply couldn't and wouldn't happen. Hitler even hinted at his opinion of Americans by telling Cudahy that he believed that American people were too intelligent and had too much good sense to think that such an invasion could happen. After all, how would the logistics of such an assault work, Hitler argued. Germany would have to move millions of soldiers across the Atlantic Ocean just to get a foothold in the United States, with those troops likely to be met by America's Navy and bombarded throughout the journey. A logical argument. Cudahy's interviews moved on to cover issues related to the economy. He explained to Hitler that many Americans were also worried about what a Nazi victory in Europe would mean for the global economy, especially with Germany controlling so many resources. Plus, the US was aware of the labor camps that Germany had set up, with some believing the economic advantages of such cheap labor would be akin to the advantage the US had when it used slave labor. Again, Hitler eased American fears throughout the interview. He claimed that working conditions were so difficult in Germany right now because of the war. When he had completed his conquest, improving those conditions, at least for the German people, would be his priority. And once he achieved that, his vision for the post-World War II economy would be one in which Germany traded goods for goods. He highlighted an example too. The Balkan states could trade their agricultural stock for the industrial and commercial goods Germany created. The US wouldn't even be affected. After all, it was too much trouble for them to ship such goods into Europe anyway. The interview painted a picture of Hitler as a man who viewed the United States as inconsequential to his conquest of Europe. Not in the sense that they weren't a threat, more so in that he believed America had no interest in halting what he was doing and would not be affected by it anyway. He claimed Germany wasn't going to invade the US. The very notion was preposterous. Instead, Hitler was simply creating a unified Europe under his Nazi regime that would deliver peace and prosperity to all countries that fell under his burgeoning empire's umbrella. Of course, we know the reality was much different. By the end of that very year in which Hitler gave his interview, he'd declared war on the United States. But even if he hadn't started a war in December 1941, Hitler's real plans were far different from those he divulged during his interview with Life. He absolutely planned to invade, and his first step to launching that invasion would be to build a navy that was capable of achieving the supposedly fantastic feat of transporting millions of Nazi troops across the Atlantic and into the US. After victory in Europe was achieved, essentially ending World War II without American involvement in that process, Hitler intended to invest heavily in his new Nazi Europe's navy. We see hints of what this might have looked like with Plan Z, Hitler's intention to build a navy that rivaled the British fleet in sheer strength back in 1939. Money was funneled into the Kriegsmarine, the German navy, with the original plan to build a more powerful fleet than Britain's by 1945. If all had gone to plan, the war in Europe would have been over by then, with that new navy being ready to sail to the US, perhaps accompanied by the many ships the Nazis would have claimed as part of their victory. But Plan Z never came to pass. Instead, Hitler focused on submarine production, with his U-boats providing formidable adversaries wherever they went. Cheaper to build than the battleships and the destroyers that would have made up Plan Z, U-boats were an ever-present danger to Allied ships during World War II. If Hitler had managed to launch his war against the US as he planned, those very submarines would have likely been deployed in the Atlantic. After relaunching Plan Z, Hitler would have expanded his navy enormously, strengthened by the construction capacity and resources that came with his control of Europe. Destroyers, battleships, and transports would have been accompanied by fleets of U-boats, offering protection during the dangerous Atlantic voyage. Plus, with Japan still in play, ideally, Hitler might have been able to count on the US having to divert naval resources to the Pacific to fend off the Japanese ships. Eventually, he believed he could land troops on American soil. Other hints of this strategy included the America Bomber competition. Started in 1942, the competition encouraged German manufacturers to build aircraft capable of launching bombing attacks against the US. However, the competition started during the war's
Google Fi Wireless has flexible phone plans that keep your family safe and connected. They're
midpoint, when the United States was already involved, and Germany was quickly running out of resources. Ultimately, it produced only 5 prototype aircraft before being scrapped due to the Nazis not having launching points for the aircraft from which to conduct bombing raids. But it's another example of Hitler's potential plans for the US and an approach that he could have considered taking if he held off on his declaration of war and focused on taking Europe before turning his attention toward America. Now let's say that Hitler was successful in his invasion of the US. Plan Z enables him to send troops over the Atlantic, and somehow those troops are also able to defeat American troops on their own soil. The America Bomber campaign is also successful, with Hitler capable of launching a blitzkrieg on major US cities. Hitler wins. The US comes under Nazi control. What then? Ironically, America itself may have inspired Hitler's likely plans. As mentioned earlier, Hitler admired the US because of what he saw as policies that were in keeping with his desire to create a supposed master race. He would have enforced and furthered the country's strict immigration policies to keep undesirable people out, likely while continuing to kill those very people in Europe. And the odds are high that his racial ire would have turned toward anybody who wasn't Caucasian and of the European stock that he felt was needed for his master race. In particular, the Nazis admired the Jim Crow era of laws that massively discriminated against African Americans. In fact, the History Channel argues that these laws served as the inspiration for the far more severe laws Germany put in place to deal with the Jewish and Romani people, making it likely that should Hitler invade the US, he would have made those Jim Crow-era laws even more severe. A racist genocide would have been put in place to reinforce the supposed purity of the American population. If that seems far-fetched, consider this. In 2019, Canada's CBC News website reported on a book that had just entered Library and Archives in Canada, or LAC. Translated into English, the book's title is Statistics, Press, and Organizations of Jewry in the United States and Canada, and inside the cover is an inscription that reads, Ex Libris Adolf Hitler, meaning this book was created for the Nazi leader. Nestled within its 137 pages is list after list of cities in the US and Canada, with each city containing statistics related to the races of the people living in those cities. The book explicitly targets Jewish people, and according to the CBC, it likely reveals the plan that Hitler had should the Nazis have taken the US, the final solution. In other words, the mass execution of America's Jewish population in the same manner as the murders of so many millions of Jewish people in the concentration camps Hitler had created throughout Europe. It's not too much of a stretch to assume that Hitler's attention would have turned to other people once he completed his final solution against the Jews, the African Americans, those of Mexican heritage, anybody who didn't align with Hitler's view of racial purity. The tall, blonde, blue-eyed men he'd encountered during his service in World War I would eventually have been eradicated, and America under Hitler, one stripped of its resources and home to only those that Hitler deemed to be suitable representatives of his ideal supermen. Thankfully, Hitler's horrific plans never came to pass. Stretched too far by trying to fight a war on multiple fronts, coupled with Hitler's tactical inadequacies that were revealed when he was unable to achieve victory quickly, the Nazis eventually lost World War II, and likely Hitler's Plan Z for creating a massive navy wouldn't have helped him reach the US anyway. After all, the US produced a nuclear weapon before Germany, and the odds are that the US would have shown little hesitation in deploying that weapon against the Nazis as they did the Japanese if needed. Still, the thought of the United States under Hitler's control sent shivers down the spine, not least because in some ways he saw the country as a kindred spirit. But what do you think? Was there any chance Hitler could have successfully invaded the US, whether through Plan Z or some other method? Or were Hitler's plans for the US doomed from the start? Tell us what you think in the comments below, then check out Hitler's reign during World War II day by day, or watch What If Hitler Won World War II 1950s.
Peacock is the exclusive streaming home of
Ryzen 9000 series CPUs are gonna launch with some problems. So if you're new to PC building and this is your first CPU launch, take some notes. Whenever a new architecture of literally any tech product launches, there are of course gonna be some issues that will be ironed out over time. With CPUs, there's usually not like a major CPU exploding type of issue, but be prepared for this game running poorly, or maybe this software starts crashing, just some random quirks. The other thing to know about is that for the new motherboards that launch with these CPUs, they will only launch the higher end motherboards first. These companies take advantage of the hype and only sell the more expensive motherboards when a new CPU comes out, because they know you're not going to have the patience and you'll end up just buying it to go along with your new CPU. But as a reminder, current gen AM5 motherboards will work with 9000 series CPUs, but they need to have the new BIOS update in order for them to work. And as a final reminder, always watch real reviews before you buy anything. Ryzen 9000 series CPUs are gonna launch with some problems. So if you're new to PC,
this is why Disney's best animator quit the company and never drew again. Disney has changed a lot over the years, but they did something that this artist couldn't stand.
I quit the dream job.
Do you agree with her reasonings? So this is Ellen Woodbury, and she's a Disney animation legend. She started out as an assistant, but her work was so good that she quickly got promoted. Here are some of her characters. Do you recognize them? Eventually, she became the first female supervising animator at Disney, which is a big deal. She created Zazu from The Lion King and Pegasus from Hercules. She even worked on movies like Chicken Little and Meet the Robinsons. She was one of Disney Animation's best animators, so why did she quit? Well, it's actually really simple. Disney changed. They stopped making hand-drawn movies. At first, she liked CGI, but after a few years, it became boring, so she left.
So I was a computer animator for 5 years. I was tremendously into it. Somewhere along the line, it occurred to me that it was more fun to be a sculptor. So in 2005, I quit the dream job and I reinvented myself as a stone sculptor.
This is why Disney's best animator quit the company and never drew again.
Yes, of course I would recommend to buy the demo of Heartbound.
The demo's free.
Yes. And I think you should pay full price.
No.
I tell you what, on those days that you come home from work, you're just exhausted and you don't feel
Guys, if you're looking to go back to school, UMGC is waiving their application fee through May 31st. They have over 125.
Adolf Hitler, now the Führer of Germany, has promised to bring prosperity and happiness back to the German people. He's also about to unleash hell on the world. Years of bloody warfare that includes a plan to annihilate the Jews and other people he considers a plague on mankind. But our first day starts with some deception and comes before the outbreak of World War II. It involves the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, going over to Germany and having a chat with Hitler in his apartment. By this time, Hitler has already annexed Austria, and it's looking like he might have Czechoslovakia in his sights. The Brits and many other countries are wondering what this strange man with the funny mustache might do next. At the meeting, Hitler and Chamberlain signed the Anglo-German Naval Agreement, which states that the two countries will not go to war. Chamberlain then writes to his sister, "In spite of the hardness and ruthlessness I thought I saw in his face, I got the impression that there was a man who could be relied upon when he had given his word." Chamberlain arrives in England a hero. He's seen standing on a balcony at Buckingham Palace with the King and Queen. He gets a standing ovation when he speaks at the House of Commons. To tens of thousands of people, he announces that there will be peace for our time. Still, there are some people in the crowd that have read Hitler's book Mein Kampf, My Struggle in English. They know about his thoughts on what he perceives to be a Jewish conspiracy to take over the world. They understand that he has big plans for Germany. They've read things like this: all great cultures of the past perished only because the originally creative race died out from blood poisoning. Chamberlain, however, tells those closest to him that Mr. Hitler is not insane. He says he's an excitable kind of chap, but in reality he would barely stand out in a crowd. Hitler, he says, is not hell-bent on starting a major war. Day 1, September 1st, 1939, just over 1 year later. At 2 a.m., the German Army's 1st Mounted Regiment hears the call of a bugle on the Polish border. Someone shouts, "Muzzle caps off, load!" There are around 1.5 million German soldiers and 1.2 million Polish soldiers currently fighting on the Western Front. The Germans seep into Poland like an infestation. Within a short time, the horses of the Polish are crashing to the ground. An hour later, the Germans march on as riderless horses run through clouds of smoke. In town, civilians hear the sounds of planes dropping bombs from the sky. Sirens fill the air. Kids and their parents are running through the streets, still dressed in their pajamas. The German Luftwaffe shows no mercy, raining bullets down on unarmed people. The head of the British military mission in Poland, General Adrian Carleton, writes a letter. "I'm seeing the very face of war change. Its glory shorn, no longer the soldiers setting forth into battle, but the women and children being buried under it. This is a war of machines. A new kind of war has begun." Day 3. Men in flat caps shout from newspaper stands all over Britain. Read all about it. Hitler invades Poland. On the front page of the Evening Standard, a headline in bold reads, "I will give Poland a lesson. Hitler." Both Britain and France declare war on Germany. Americans on the other side of the world listen to their radios and think, thank God that's not us. There's no way they're going to fight another European war. Day 4. Nazi Party official Fritz Mühlebach writes in a letter, "I regard Britain and France's interference as nothing but a formality. As soon as they realize the utter hopelessness of Polish resistance and the vast superiority of German arms, they will begin to see that we are always in the right and it's pointless to meddle." The British and French are hoping that by saying they're joining the war, they'll call Hitler's bluff. And anyway, they're still thinking that the people of Germany will overthrow this mad dictator. Day 8. The residents of Warsaw listen to their radios as bombs fall. Chopin's Military Polonaise plays through the din of thousands of machine guns. 30,000 bombs will drop every day, and the German army will storm the city, eventually killing 18,000 civilians in Warsaw, and in just one day, taking 140,000 civilians as prisoners of war. Hitler has plans for them at his concentration camps, places, as you'll see, where the peak of human depravity will be on show. Day 17. The Polish are thinking that the French will be joining them today in the fight. It doesn't happen. What happens instead is Joseph Stalin's army crosses over the Polish border in a vicious attack of its own against the Eastern European nation. Stalin is intending to get some of the spoils of war, and for now at least, he has a pact with Hitler. Day 36. Hitler is in Warsaw, proudly walking through the ruins of a devastated city. Foreign correspondents line up to hear him speak. Hitler tells them, "Gentlemen, you see for yourselves what criminal folly it is to try and defend this city." He sends the world a stark warning, saying, "I only wish certain statesmen in other countries, who seem to want to turn all Europe into a second Warsaw, could have the opportunity to see, as you have, the real meaning of war." Hitler's message is clear. Get in our way and your cities will be turned to rubble. Do not test me. The German army is a beast and other countries know it. The US ambassador in London, Joseph Kennedy, asks, where on earth can the Allies fight the Germans and beat them? No one wants to hear such words, but he has a point. Day 104. Hitler is angry, stamping his feet on the ground, spit coming out of his mouth as he screams at his generals. He's embarrassed more than anything. He's had his first taste of defeat.
Look at how small this little thing is. Lives and charges inside of one convenient
at the Battle of the River Plot, when his navy, Kriegsmarine, experienced a humiliating defeat against the superior British Navy. Maybe the Germans aren't invincible after all. Day 252. Hitler has already had success in invading both Denmark and Norway. On this day, his troops invade Belgium, with Hitler feeling supremely confident that its blitzkrieg tactics will make easy work of the country. Over in the UK, a new man has become prime minister, a stubborn old goat with a taste for war and a romantic idea of empire. His name is Winston Churchill. Soon he will make one of his moving speeches on the radio, telling the Brits, arm yourselves and be ye men of valor, and be in readiness for conflict. The problem is, in spite of Churchill's powerful words, the Germans have a much stronger military, and Hitler knows this only too well. Day 270. The Nazis now occupy Belgium. Hitler's troops again show no mercy as they shoot down unarmed Belgian civilians. 1.5 million manage to flee the country, but many thousands are slaughtered. Houses are on fire as tanks destroy everything in sight. Day 279. A big day. Hitler delivers a message to his troops. Soldiers of the Western Front, Dunkirk has fallen. Soldiers, my confidence in you knows no bounds. You have not disappointed me. 40,000 French and English troops are all that remains of the formerly great armies. Immeasurable quantities of material have been captured. The greatest battle in the history of the world has come to an end. He's now winning the Battle of France. He sent the British scurrying off back to England, where, to be honest, they count their blessings. The evacuation was perilous, but it could have been much worse. The German military is a force of nature. Day 299. Hitler is celebrating again. Bodies of French citizens lay strewn across the countryside. Their faces no longer recognizable. With 4.2 million German army soldiers, 1 million Luftwaffe, 180,000 Kriegsmarine, and 100,000 Waffen-SS, the Nazi Party military, Hitler has taken France. The result is occupation and collaboration under Vichy France. 85,310 French military personnel have died defending France, and the British have also been considerably weakened, losing not just thousands of men, but hundreds of ships and close to 1,000 aircraft. Let's just remember that Hitler has always had a soft spot for Britain. He once said the English nation will have to be considered the most valuable ally in the world. He believes that the only reason he's hated in the UK is because of an American and Jewish conspiracy. Still, now he knows he has to defeat this tiny nation. Day 314. Hitler is sitting in a quiet room at home, mulling over a speech that Churchill made a while back. Part of it went like this: "We shall fight in France, we shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender." Hitler now reflects on this, smiling wide. He looks down at his pet Alsatian and says, "They did fight us in France, didn't they? But they lost, didn't they, my little German dumpling?" Churchill knows what's coming. He outlined this in another speech. Hitler knows he'll have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age. Most of the world doesn't give Britain a chance. Even if Hitler has to hold back on a land invasion, his airstrikes will get Britain down on its knees, begging to sign a peace treaty. Then he can take off conquering elsewhere, notably Stalin's Russia. Packed, schmacked. Day 339. Into the Battle of Britain, the RAF is a handful, that's for sure. German intelligence has supplied information that is incorrect, thinking the British are much weaker than they actually are. The British, on the other hand, think the Germans are much stronger than they are. Hundreds of German bombers fly over cities in England and many civilians are killed, but the British are resilient. Germany makes a strategic error, one of many during the Battle of Britain. They focus on bombing not airfields but concentrating on cities. This brings great relief to Churchill, who secretly thanks Hitler. The cities can take it, he thinks. He's right. Day 427. Brits are out in the streets celebrating. People all over the country laugh while singing this song. Hitler has only got one ball. Göring has two, but very small. Himmler is rather similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all. Germany has made too many strategic mistakes, but what the Brits don't know is that Hitler's focus isn't on Britain now. He can save that for later. Now he wants to invade the Soviet Union. He has economic reasons for this, but ideological ones too. He might have a love-hate relationship with Britain, but for the Soviet Union he only feels hate. He despises communists, and anyway, the Soviet Union, he says, is full of Jews and Slavs. Germany and Britain have lost over 3,000 aircraft between them and over 4,000 personnel, not to mention the 43,000 British civilians that have perished under the German bombs in an 8-month battle. But as no one expects Britain to hold its own, the people of the world have now gained confidence. Over in the US, where many folks expected Britain to fall, people are saying the Battle of Britain will go down in history as a battle as important as Waterloo or Gettysburg. A battle might have been won, but the fight is just beginning. Day 661. It's 3:15 in Berlin, and Hitler's inside.
Your streaming? We have the designs to make your stream look awesome. Owned.tv is the largest streamer shop worldwide. We offer branding packages with everything you need. With our do-it-yourself tools, you can easily create designs and choose from millions of possibilities. Get started and set up your stream with our free setup guides right away. That sound good so far? It gets even better. Talk to our streaming.
His apartment at the Reich Chancellery on Wilhelmstrasse 77. Down at his side is the Alsatian puppy he's just been given, Blondie. He strokes the back of Blondie's head and says, "They won't know what's hit them, will they, my little dumpling? 3.8 million men, thousands and thousands of aircraft, tanks, artillery are coming to squash those Slavic fools." He pats the dog on the head, saying, "Stalin's not so tough, is he, dumpling? Let's see if he really is the man of steel." Stalin might not be so tough, but his people are. Millions of them will be slaughtered in the bloodiest fight the world has ever seen. They will starve, freeze, and over 300,000 will be killed by their own army for defecting or other such transgressions. Around 5 million Soviets will be taken prisoner, and many of them will be tortured and killed. But these are people as hard as the cold Russian soil in winter. They will prevail. Hitler doesn't know that when he's detailing to Blondie what he'll do to them, that night he lies awake mulling over every other detail of the invasion. Operation Barbarossa is about to start. Just after 3:15, close to the Bug River Bridge on the Russian-Germany border, a German soldier shouts over to the Russian side, "Hey guys, can you come over here for a second? We have some important matters to discuss." As soon as the Russians walk over, all of them are machine-gunned down. In the mayhem, German sappers pull the charges to blow up the bridge. The German soldiers think it's kill or be enslaved by an inferior race of devils. What Hitler doesn't account for is just how resilient these people are. 6 million of them were not long ago killed under Stalin's oppressive measures when he began a system of forced industrialization. They know what pain is. Hitler's hoping some of them won't want to fight or they might defect, and this is one reason why he thinks he'll be victorious. Stalin will dispatch millions of troops, young and old if need be, and they will walk into gunfire because if they don't, their own commanders will have them killed. Day 829. Japanese planes rain bombs down on the U.S. airbase at Pearl Harbor. The U.S. is caught unprepared. It's a total disaster, and one which Japan sees as a resounding success. That'll show the Americans what happens when you offer support to the Allies, and it should make them think twice about interfering with Japan's plans for Southeast Asia. Hitler finds out about the attack only after it happens, since Japan hasn't given him any warning. He's delighted, telling one of his commanders, "We can't lose the war at all. We now have an ally which has never been conquered in 3,000 years. Still, he's never relinquished his objective that one day in the future he'll have to defeat what he calls the Yellow Race. He's quite content, thinking that Britain will now have his hands full of fighting Japan in its empire in the east, and the US will stay out of its way, since it'll have to deal with Japan. Hitler can now concentrate on Eastern European domination. Day 833. The US declares war on Germany and Italy after already declaring war on Japan. President Roosevelt matches Churchill with his rousing words, saying, "The forces endeavoring to enslave the entire world now are moving toward this hemisphere. Rapid and united effort by all the peoples of the world who are determined to remain free will ensure a world victory of the forces of justice and a righteousness over the forces of savagery and barbarism." Hitler believes the US, a race of mongrels, can't fight to save their lives. He has little respect for this relatively new nation, but he'll see what these mongrels are capable of soon. Day 1010.